Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, it has been 15 days since congressional Democrats shut down the federal government. And let's call it what it is. It is the Schumer shutdown. In that period, we have voted 8 times on a clean, continuing resolution. It is straightforward. It is a short-term bill that funds government at current levels without adding any kind of partisan policies to it. This would give us, here in Congress, time to finish the full-year funding bills responsibly. Instead, Democrats pushed for over $1 trillion in new spending to recklessly eliminate the $50 billion Rural Hospital Stabilization Fund. Why in the world would Democrats want to do that? Why would they want to eliminate this crucial fund for our nation's rural hospitals? It is unthinkable. The fact is, the Democrats' so-called proposal to reopen the government is packed with unrelated items. This includes the COVID-era bonus payments, overseas climate resilience projects, and taxpayer-funded health care for non-citizens. That's not responsible governing, and it is not fair to American families. House Republicans passed, and they sent to the Senate, a clean CR. That means that it has no poison pills, no policy writers on it. Democrats rejected it 8 times, and it is now time, folks, for Senator Schumer and his caucus to drop this partisan wish list and do their jobs. Meanwhile, it was reported in Punch Bowl News on October 9th that Chuck Schumer said, "Every day gets better for us." And by us, he means the Democrat Party. If the Democrats think it's better that our troops aren't paid, and that it's better when people are worried about being furloughed, then that just shows their arrogance. That just shows they are tone deaf to the uncertainty and the stress people are feeling. That just shows Chuck Schumer is in his Schumer shutdown only for political theater. This shutdown is hurting people. Farmers are losing access to federal support at a time when the ag economy is already strained. Construction projects that rely on federal funding are stalling. Air traffic controllers and federal employees face uncertainty about their paychecks. None of this is necessary. Let's be clear. A short-term funding bill is not the place for sweeping policy changes. If this continues, deeper cuts to essential services may follow, and that is entirely preventable. Remember, the House sent us a clean CR with no new policies included. It simply continues current funding until November 21st. Then we will take up appropriations bills that have strong bipartisan support. And they have that because it was already negotiated within that appropriations committee. And as a member of that committee, we passed it out of the committee. I am deeply committed to that transparent process, one where senators debate, amend, and vote on each bill individually before the end of the fiscal year. All we are asking is to reopen the government so that we can continue that funding process. Leader Thune promised that we would take appropriations bills up here on the floor, and we've already passed 3 of them. Let's show the American people bipartisanship and transparency and continue this important work. So why are we here today and still shut down? Because the Democrats are more focused on appeasing the far left than funding the government. I believe they are caving to political pressure when they should be fulfilling their most basic duty, keeping the government open and operating for their constituents. Republicans' goal is simple: reopen the government now, protect our military and families, and return to regular order. At the end of the day, Americans deserve a functioning government, not political theater. If just a handful of Senate Democrats join Republicans, we can end this shutdown. And I hope when we next vote to reopen the government, my Democrat colleagues will join us in doing the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I rise today to highlight a growing crisis that threatens our farmers, rural communities, food security, and our national economy. I'm concerned that American agriculture and rural communities face very hard times. Many Americans are unaware of the stakes ahead. Here's the bottom line. American agriculture is in serious trouble, and Congress must act now with short-term assistance. That is not hyperbole. I continue to hear from producers in Mississippi and across the country that the numbers don't add up and the outlook is grim. Without immediate action, we risk losing not only farms, but also the rural communities and the food security they provide. This is no longer a warning, it's an emergency. Over the past 3 crop years, rising input costs for seed, fertilizer, fuel, labor, and more have collided with falling commodity prices and high interest rates. Even with strong crop yields this year, many farmers are facing losing between $100 and $400 per acre. For a 2,000-acre farm, that's a financial hit in the hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of dollars in losses. Farm bankruptcies have already surpassed last year's total, and if we do not step in, that trend will accelerate. The ripple effect is real. In small towns across America, family farms are the economic engine. When farms thrive, so do local grocery stores, schools, equipment dealers, banks, and churches. When farms fail, the community fails with them. Jobs disappear, families leave, Main Street goes silent. We've seen this before. In the 1980s, a generation of farmers were nearly wiped out by high interest rates, collapsing markets, and inadequate safety nets. Today's producers are starting to feel those same pressures. Bankers, economists, and lenders are sounding the alarm again. While we may differ on policy, we must agree on the urgent need to act while we still have time to do that. The significant updates we secured in the reconciliation process this summer will strengthen the farm safety net, and I am proud of that progress. But those changes won't take effect until next fall. That's too late for many farmers already on the brink. We need short-term assistance now to help producers survive the coming crop year. Let me be crystal clear. Farmers do not want a handout. They want a fair shot. Food security is national security. We cannot afford to lose a generation of American farmers or become dependent on foreign countries to feed and clothe us. That is a risk that we cannot take. Over the long term, we know American agriculture will be stronger if we secure fair trade deals and build stable markets at home and abroad. Our competitors, China, Argentina, Brazil, and others, are moving aggressively. I believe that if we don't act quickly, we'll lose vital export opportunities and long-term stability for our producers. In this world of global competition, we must revive American-grown cotton to be the center of our supply chains, providing reliable markets for our producers and bolstering industries that depend on cotton. I introduced the Buying American Cotton Act to help us get there by incentivizing U.S. retailers to produce, purchase, and manufacture American cotton here at home. This legislation would help secure a resilient, self-reliant, and prosperous cotton industry for the future by reinforcing our supply chain, from farm to textile to market, and by reducing our reliance on cotton produced under forced labor practices and environmental destruction. I call on this body to consider this legislation as we seek long-term solutions to the problems that beset American farmers today. I'm encouraged by the bipartisan work underway to complete a 5-year reauthorization of the Farm Bill, which is long overdue. Last winter, we secured farm support funding, which was a lifeline for many of our farmers this crop year, but the crisis hasn't passed. Farmers are still facing impossible choices about whether they can afford to plant next year or even to stay in business at all. I fully support ongoing work to provide additional federal bridge funding before the end of the year to ensure more of our family farms can stay in business. We all represent different sectors of American agriculture, but the crisis does not discriminate. It spans commodities, regions, and party lines. What matters now is that we come together with urgency and with purpose. Our farmers are counting on us. It's time for Congress to meet the moment before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
President, are we in a quorum call?
We're not.
After more than 2 years of bloodshed, 20 living hostages, and the remains of at least 7 deceased hostages were recently returned to their families in Israel by Hamas. Videos of the tearful reunions circulating on social media show the immense joy and relief felt by the families who have been suffering through the unthinkable, and wondering if they will ever see their loved ones again. Behind all this extraordinary story is the leadership of President Trump in negotiating an end to this war that's lasted 2 years. President Trump has rightly gained praise from some of the most unexpected critics like Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. All of these people are correctly acknowledging what supporters of President Trump have known for a long time. He is truly a master of the art of the deal. I can't think of a single president who, through a combination of carrots and sticks, could have accomplished something like this before, but President Trump has, and he deserves the credit. But of course, for this conflict to be truly over, each and every one of the conditions laid out in President Trump's 20-point peace deal must be implemented by both sides. And that's where the trouble really begins. We cannot allow a terrorist organization like Hamas to pull the wool over our eyes or to act like this is any normal sort of negotiation between two parties acting in good faith. Hamas must keep up its end of the bargain on this and other terms for the deal to actually work. We've already seen how Hamas has violated the peace agreement, as they have not yet returned the remaining bodies of 20 additional hostages who are presumed dead, including 2 American citizens, so that their families can properly grieve and bury their loved ones. Yesterday, Hamas, despite this peace deal, violently sought to reassert its control over Gaza from rival Palestinian groups. This included Hamas dragging several men from their families and executing them in broad daylight. Hamas has been rightfully described as a death cult. Their blatant regard for human life is the reason the Palestinian people have undergone so much suffering over the last 2 years in Gaza. I know some would like to blame Israel and the Israeli Defense Force and Prime Minister Netanyahu, but the reason for the humanitarian disaster that has been Gaza for the last 2 years is because of Hamas. If they hadn't executed 1,200 or so Israeli citizens on October the 7th, 2 years ago, none of this would have occurred. Of course, establishing an agreement that depends on the goodwill of Hamas is going to be an enormous challenge. And it can't be a matter of faith that they will act as any negotiating partner in good faith would be presumed to act. Over the last 24 hours, the importance of establishing a multinational security force in Gaza to replace Hamas has become increasingly clear. Hamas cannot remain in control if we are to have peace. But the return of the 20 living hostages is no small feat, and it's something to be celebrated. And if President Trump is successful in ultimately bringing a lasting peace to the region, it will be one of the most significant diplomatic and foreign policy accomplishments in memory. Mr. President, on another matter, it's now been 15 days since Senate Democrats have shut down the federal government. They did that by blocking a short-term spending provision that would have taken us up until November the 21st. In other words, roughly 9 weeks from the beginning of the continuing resolution. Republicans have given Democrats multiple opportunities to end this mess by holding a number of votes on the House-passed continuing resolution. As the Majority Leader, Senator Thune, has pointed out numerous times, we're not asking for any major policy changes. All we're asking is to keep the lights on and to keep federal government employees paid during this period of time while we work out longer-term appropriations bills by the November the 21st deadline. But every single time we've given Democrats opportunity to do the right thing, only 3 of them have voted to reopen the government. You know, talking to my constituents back home, it's hard to explain what's going on here. They understand the stupidity of a government shutdown. Experience has shown that the same problems that cause a shutdown in the first place are there staring you in the face when the government is reopened. So it accomplishes nothing except maybe as performance art. And if you think about it, that's really what this is. Our Democratic colleagues are afraid to act in a reasonable and logical manner and keep the government open while we negotiate longer-term appropriations bills and take up the issue of health care subsidies that expire at the end of this calendar year. In a normal world, that's what we would be doing now, but we can't do any of that during the government shutdown. Federal employees are now beginning to miss their paychecks, which will have consequences that reverberate throughout the country. 1 in 6 Americans lives paycheck to paycheck. So it may not be a big deal to wealthy senators on the Democratic side who don't have to worry about paying the bills paycheck to paycheck, but it does matter to many, many Americans because it means they may not be able to pay their rent. They may not be able to buy groceries for their family or pay their utility bills because they're not receiving a paycheck. Some people may be thinking, well, it's only government employees that are going to be affected. And everybody knows the federal government's big and bloated and could stand a diet. But it's not simply the case that these government employees will be the only ones affected. There are going to be a number of downstream effects of this Democrat-induced shutdown that have consequences for everybody. First of all, I have to tell you, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that the greatest country in the world and the people who are elected to represent 330 million Americans can't get their act together and can't figure this out. It is beyond dumb. It makes no sense at all, except as a matter of self-serving political gesturing and the sort of performance art that I mentioned a moment ago, trying to demonstrate to your political base, yeah, we're fighting. Well, this isn't fighting. Fighting is keeping the government open, having debates, having votes, trying to persuade people to your point of view. That's what political fighting is. It's not taking your ball and going home. One issue affecting the whole country, federal workers and private sector employees alike, is the way this shutdown is disturbing airplane flights. My flight coming back from Austin this past weekend was delayed by such a disruption. Wasn't that big a deal to me, obviously, but I'm sure I'm not the only one who's experienced this, and more importantly than the fact that senators are experiencing, our constituents, the people we represent, the people we owe our jobs to. They're the ones that are suffering inconvenience. Transportation security agents and air traffic controllers are among the federal workers deemed essential during a government shutdown, which means they have to work, but they're not being paid. And that's a pretty difficult situation for many of these folks to be in. As I said, some of them can't afford child care, to buy groceries, to pay the rent, to pay utilities. This is a true hardship for many of these Americans. This has resulted in many of these essential employees calling in sick in order to pick up shift work to make ends meet. Additionally, those who are showing up are having to work under increased stress, longer hours, and short-staffed working environment. On top of this, they are carrying the burden of unknowing when they're ever going to get paid. Now, we know that under the law, these employees will eventually be reimbursed for their missed salary, but that doesn't do a lot to put food on the table right now, or pay the rent, or to pay utility bills now. As the president of the National Air Traffic Controllers put it, it is completely unfair that an air traffic controller, the one who makes sure our airline flights are safe, it's completely unfair that an air traffic controller is the one that holds the burden of see how long you can hang in there in order to allow this political process to work out. The president of a local chapter of the American Federation of Government Employees in Dallas-Fort Worth said regarding the shutdown, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of questions coming from the field. They don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know how long it's going to last either. But the problem is that it only gets worse the longer this shutdown goes on. Just in terms of airline flights, we've seen hundreds canceled since the shutdown began, and thousands more have been delayed, which means more and more Americans' daily routines are being upended as a result of this irrational and truly stupid government shutdown. 3 airports in Texas are seeing some of the worst delays. Last Tuesday, both the George W. Bush Intercontinental Airport and Hobby Airport in Houston were at risk of ground stops because of staffing shortages. Love Field in Dallas was also experiencing delays. But this isn't just affecting the state of Texas. Airports around the country are experiencing delays in order to avoid dangerous potential air flights and ground activity associated with short staffing. The Federal Aviation Administration is also reporting staffing problems in Boston, Nashville, Chicago, and Philadelphia, as well as Burbank, California, Newark, New Jersey, and Denver, Colorado. Some analysts have speculated that the disruptions could continue to cause problems during the upcoming travel holiday, Thanksgiving, and into Christmas. For many of us here in the Senate, it has become an unwelcome tradition each year to have our Thanksgiving and Christmas celebrations with our families upset in order to perform our responsibilities. That doesn't just affect members of the Senate and the House, but also the able staff that make our work possible. Of course, what this tradition is really a sign of dysfunction. It's embarrassing. It should be embarrassing. If we did our jobs properly and passed our appropriations bills on time, we would not have to impose the burdens of all this on other people, our constituents and our staff. It is really not rational that Senate Democrats should impose this burden on the entire country in order to try to appease the more radical elements of their political base, which is really what this is all about. They're afraid to agree to something reasonable and rational and short term because they know that they're likely to be criticized by their political base, the more radical elements in the Democratic base. Well, don't take my word for it. Minority Leader Schumer has made it clear that he is willing to impose almost any cost on ordinary Americans in order to try to appease his radical progressive base. In one of the more telling quotes, he admitted to Punchbowl News last week that this was all about politics when he said, quote, "Every day gets better for us." Really? Well, by us, he doesn't mean the American people. He must mean people like him who are afraid to say no to their radical base in order to perform the most basic functions of government. Plus the fact it's not true. Is every day really getting better? Or is it more and more embarrassing? Is it having more and more of a ripple effect on people who are innocent of any wrongdoing? They just happen to be affected. I think if the Democratic leader were to ask the Transportation Security Administration workers who are working overtime without pay, or the air traffic controllers who are wondering when, if ever, they will receive their next paycheck, who are also working without pay, or the mothers and fathers, the federal employees, who are wondering if they're able to enjoy the holidays with their children and their extended families because of travel disruption, or maybe just because financially they won't be able to make ends meet. But the truth is that Senate Democrats care less about federal workers and the rest of the country than they do about appeasing their radical base. Senator Schumer has made it clear that it was his plan all along to make the American people pay the price in order to achieve his political goals when he said, quote, "We've thought about this long in advance." So this wasn't an accident. This wasn't sort of a surprising occurrence. This was planned all along by Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader, which makes it all that much more egregious. Well, I sincerely hope, for the sake of Texans and Americans all across the country, that Senate Democrats will have a change of heart. I hope that someday soon, maybe today, Senate Democrats will set aside the demands of their radical base and simply vote to put an end to this ridiculous government shutdown that serves no one's interest except perhaps their own narrow political interests. We need to pass that short-term continuing resolution that will only take us to November the 21st. And then I imagine we're going to have this discussion all over again, which is just further evidence of the dysfunction here in the Senate and in the Congress these days, mainly because our Senate Democrats and House Democrats are so opposed to President Trump and his policies. And they feel like they need to be shown to fight and to push back against President Trump. But they're not hurting President Trump. He's doing just fine. He's making incredible peace deals in the Middle East and hopefully other places around the world like Ukraine. What they're doing is hurting their own constituents, and they're causing people to doubt whether their government can actually function the way it's supposed to. So I hope, given the opportunity to vote here shortly on another short-term continuing resolution, a stopgap spending bill that will only take us to November the 21st, that we get 5 more Democrats join the 3 who've already voted to reopen the government so that we can put an end to this foolishness. Because every day does not get better for the American people, even if it gets better politically to save Senator Schumer's skin. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask consent to end the quorum call.
Without objection.
At long last, our friends in Israel have won the war by defeating the depraved Hamas savages that launched the heinous, unprovoked attack from Gaza on October 7th. After the most devastating assault on Jews since the Holocaust, which was followed by 2 years of fighting, suffering, and death, the living hostages are home, and a new day has dawned in the Middle East. Earlier this week, I joined my fellow Arkansans in rejoicing and thanking God for answering our prayers and bringing those hostages home to their families. At the same time we celebrate their reunions, though, we also pledge that we will never forget the innocent deceased victims of Hamas's atrocities, many of whom have not yet been properly laid to rest. We will work to secure their remains and honor their memory through our commitment to a lasting and enduring peace in the Middle East. When terrorists attacked, raped, maimed, and killed innocent Israelis and Americans and citizens of other nations on October 7th, the Middle East was forever changed, but not in the way Hamas intended. Instead of pressuring Israel to surrender, President Trump rejected the Obama-Biden policy of appeasement and weakness, and we backed Israel to the hilt. Because of President Trump's unrelenting pressure on Hamas and Prime Minister Netanyahu's decisive military action, Iran's terrorist ring of fire around Israel is now a ring of smoke, smoking ruins. We have crippled Iran's nuclear weapons program. We have weakened the Houthis. We have devastated Hezbollah. And we have destroyed Hamas's political and military leadership. This graphic shows just some of the depraved savages who are now rotting in hell. If you have a chance to be Hamas's next leader, you might want to think twice. This is how we deliver peace through strength. Though good has once again triumphed over evil, we must keep the pressure on to compel Hamas to demilitarize once and for all. As President Trump said this week, if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. Because let's be clear, there can be no lasting peace for Gaza with Hamas sitting at the table. For those who say otherwise, consider that as the rest of the world celebrates the return of the hostages and a ceasefire, Hamas terrorists have been publicly executing members of the opposition in Gaza in a last-ditch effort to hang on to their waning power. This is appalling, but not surprising, given Hamas's track record of using the people of Gaza as pawns to achieve its ultimate aim of eliminating Israel. Time and again, we've seen Hamas use innocent people as human shields and weaponize humanitarian aid by withholding food and supplies from children. These are the sort of vile intimidation tactics that Hamas terrorists have used for decades to remain in power. No more. Today, with our friends in Israel and the Arab world, we have the opportunity to chart a path toward peace and prosperity for the people of Gaza. And while today is a day for rejoicing, let it also serve as a reminder of one of history's timeless lessons. Bad things happen when you lose a war, especially when you started the war. These men can attest to that lesson. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, let me be clear. Shutdowns do not require presidents to fire people en masse. They actually do not require presidents to cancel projects and raise energy prices, nor do they give presidents new magical powers to destroy programs they don't like or to target political opposition. You don't have to take my word for it because this is not our first government shutdown. It is just the first time that a president has blatantly and gleefully tried to use a shutdown against the American people. So when President Trump fires hundreds of public health workers at CDC without thinking twice about if it would put lives in jeopardy, that is a choice he is making. When President Trump puts at risk special education programs through mass layoffs, that is a choice he is making to abandon students with disabilities and their families and weaken their access to rights under our special education laws. When Trump outright shutters a key community development fund, which has strong bipartisan support and finances housing and health care and other community projects in our country, that is a choice he is making. President Trump is choosing to fire as many people as he thinks he can get away with, to break as much of the government as is possible, to hurt the American people as much as he can, because he thinks he can use regular people as leverage. That's the cold, hard reality, and it is plain as day. That is why Trump is governing by a principle of maximum pain. It's not because he had to, it is because he wanted to. It is not because he's following any law, it is because he is ignoring countless laws. It's not because he held off on layoffs, it is because he is eager to continue to break our government, bend it to his will, and himself in this process. Mr. President, Trump knows perfectly well, just as my Republican colleagues know, that shutdowns don't give him any new power, and they don't just let him fire people with reckless abandon. After all, Trump was president for the longest shutdown in American history, and guess what? Trump didn't have to fire thousands and thousands of workers when he caused that longest shutdown in history. He didn't get to run roughshod over our laws when he kept the government shut down for over a month. So don't let any Republican tell you he simply had to now. And Mr. President, let me put another obvious falsehood to rest. Leader Thune keeps saying Democrats are, quote, enthralled to the radical left. But here's the thing. We actually are the ones talking to Republican voters because the majority of Republicans and the overwhelming majority of the American people do not want to see their premiums double, triple, or even quadruple for millions of families. And many Republicans are starting to realize that too. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has made clear she thinks Republicans need to look at how to stop these premium hikes. Just look at the growing chorus of Republican members begging Speaker Johnson to bring them back so we can solve this issue. Clearly, Republicans are feeling the heat. That's why we are suddenly hearing Republican leaders absurdly pretend they've always meant to focus on health care, even if they would never talk about it before. And even if the only thing they are saying right now is, no, we can't do anything on this right now. We can just think about it, possibly talk about it, potentially, maybe do something someday. So House Republicans may not be here in D.C. to talk about this issue with Democrats, but here's the thing. They are still hearing about this back at home. Families are staring down massive premium hikes, and they want Republicans to return and finally work on solutions. Look, the Republican leader can shut down the government if he's really that desperate to avoid addressing the health care crisis Republicans caused, but he cannot shut down the debate, and he cannot shut down the voices of families who are speaking out about how their premiums are about to skyrocket. I've been constantly hearing from folks back home in Washington State. Letters and calls are pouring into my office from families who are worried about how their premiums will double if Republicans refuse to act. A woman called into my office to share that her husband already received notices that their insurance are going to double in cost. A mother whose son has a traumatic brain and spinal cord injury. She called. She's terrified that she has no idea how they're going to afford the care he needs if health care gets more expensive. You know, last week I spoke with a freelancer in Seattle who's worried their monthly payments will increase by $1,300. And a video producer who told me his premiums are going to more than double and be 60% of his mortgage payment. The week before that, I spoke with some small business owners. They have no idea what they're going to do if these tax credits expire and their health care costs go up. Many of them are rethinking whether they can even afford to keep their small businesses, or if they choose to just go for catastrophic coverage instead. One small business owner would see his premiums triple, as his wife told me, and that is simply not affordable. And this is not just happening in Washington State. This healthcare crisis is about to hammer families across the country, in red and blue states alike. In fact, the biggest rate increases are all in red states. And 3/4 of the people who rely on these tax credits are too. So why don't Republicans go home and talk to their constituents? And if the Republican leader doesn't want to sit down with Democrats to work on a solution, how about he sits down and listens to folks back home who are getting notices this month with massive price hikes for their health insurance? If the Republican leader won't sit down with Democrats to save people from losing their health care coverage, how about he sits down with small business owners, since nearly half of the people on the marketplaces are small business owners, employees, or self-employed. If he won't sit down with Democrats to stop premiums from tripling for some families in his state, how about he sits down with farmers, since over a quarter of farmers in this country are covered through the ACA exchanges. Does Leader think that farmers are now the radical left? Does he think small businesses are the radical left? Because that is who is about to get crushed by these higher premiums. That's who's watching this debate and hoping and praying for action. It is unbelievable that the best the Republican leader can offer to families who are worried about their health care crisis is wait, later. That's really out of touch with families and with reality. Rates are being set right now. Massive hikes are being announced right now. Open enrollment is in a few weeks. In fact, by the way, Idaho open enrollment starts today. Today. Every single senator needs to watch what is happening in Idaho today, because folks in Idaho are in for a very rude awakening when they log in today and see the rates for the coming year. And that rude awakening is coming to the rest of the country on November 1st, if Republicans keep refusing to act. So every single senator needs to listen to the families who speak out about these massive rate hikes that are becoming reality. I actually spoke to some Idahoans last week. One retiree told me about how her premiums are going to jump 173%. That is almost triple. You think that's bad? Another retiree I spoke with had learned that with the tax credits, his premium will be $367 a month. Without those tax credits, a whopping $2,232 a month. That's astounding. And yet, if Republicans refuse to act, that is the reality that is going to come crashing down on families across our nation. This is not an end-of-the-year problem, like Speaker Johnson keeps saying. It is a right-now problem. There is a train coming. Families are tied to the tracks. Why on earth would Republican leaders insist on standing by? Why are they twiddling their thumbs? Why do they want to wait until those rates are locked in? And for all the talk of later, why on earth wouldn't Republican leaders work with us earlier on this? This is not some surprise We've been raising the alarm on this issue for months. Republican leaders just didn't care earlier, and apparently they still don't care now. What a contrast to Republicans' billionaire tax breaks just a few months ago. Republicans were full speed ahead when it came to shoveling money at some of the richest people on the planet. Remember that? Moved heaven and earth. They used magic math. They slashed over $1 trillion in healthcare for patients and hospitals. They used every trick in the book for billionaires. But now, nothing when it comes to working families, nothing when it comes to healthcare. Mr. President, Republicans can either go back home and explain to their own constituents why they think their premiums should double, or they can come to the table where Democrats have been this whole time and work with us to reach a serious deal that reopens the government and responds to this healthcare crisis. Democrats are not going anywhere. We are staying at the table. Right now, Republican leadership is refusing to take the shutdown or the healthcare crisis seriously. Speaker Johnson is still refusing to bring his members back from vacation, despite the growing mutiny among Republicans. Leader Thune is still refusing to do anything other than vote on the same failed partisan CR over and over. And President Trump is still creating a government shutdown like his own personal jamboree, tweeting out sombreros and promising to cut, quote, Democratic programs. Let's be clear. Republicans control the White House and both chambers of Congress, and they are basically missing in action when it comes to finding a real solution to reopen the government and save millions of Americans from health care bills that will break the bank. When will President Trump get serious about a solution? When will Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune do their jobs and get to the negotiating table? When will House Republicans end this month-long vacation? Today? Tomorrow? Next week? Mr. President, the American people are waiting. But of course, Republican leadership isn't the end-all be-all, because Republican voters have made clear they do not want to see their premiums skyrocket. And Republican members in the House and Senate alike are hearing from those families back home who will not let them ignore this and starting to realize we actually do need to address this healthcare issue now. But Mr. President, the clock is ticking. Rate hikes are going out in the mail. Open enrollment starting today in Idaho. Time is running out. And that message is breaking through. I think even Republican leaders are starting to realize there is no spinning their way out of premiums doubling in our country. If they want to get serious about stopping that and ending this shutdown, all they have to do is say so. Mr. President, our door is open. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Nevada.
I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled recess.
Without objection.
And I also ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to display 3 charts simultaneously.
Also without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, on October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists shocked the human conscience when they carried out a brutal attack on Israel that murdered innocent men, women, children, babies. An attack during which terrorists raped innocent women. An assault during which Hamas took hundreds hostage, including Americans and Holocaust survivors. For people everywhere, and especially Jewish people, this brutal terrorist attack shook us all to our core. It shattered our hearts and it led to our collective grief. a grief that has lasted for years as we've awaited the day when these innocent hostages could be reunited with their families. Since the aftermath of October 7th, I've had these posters in the lobby of my office to remind every single person who walked through the doors that innocent people were still being brutally held by Hamas terrorists. These signs have been a reminder of who started this war and how it was kept going for so long. For more than 2 years, 739 agonizing days, families in Israel, in the United States, and around the world have lived every waking moment in anguish, waiting, praying, advocating for the safe return of their loved ones taken hostage, again, by the terrorist organization that is Hamas. And those folks never stopped. They never tired. They traveled across continents and oceans to make sure that the world would never forget their commitment to freeing their loved ones and that their voices would be heard and that their loved ones would be brought home. And so their mission was not to stop speaking out until they were reunited with their loved ones. And I've had the honor of meeting these families many times over the last couple of years, both in Israel and here in the United States. I've had the honor of meeting mothers and fathers who showed me photos of their missing children, of meeting brothers and sisters who refused to give up hope, and even meeting survivors who escaped captivity and still found the courage to tell their stories when it wasn't pretty or it isn't easy, and they will spend the rest of their lives healing. I've also met with families of innocent people who were taken hostage and murdered, and whose bodies Hamas refused to return to their loved ones. I've sat with them, I've listened to their gut-wrenching stories, cried with them, and promised them that America and Congress would never turn away. And as a mother, as a wife, frankly, as a human being, I can understand their fight, their desire to be reunited with their loved ones, and how deep that pain is for them. It's why I've worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle and across 2 different administrations to continue shining that light on the need to return hostages to their families, to their communities. And this week, that day finally came. After many long, painful months of negotiations, a ceasefire deal has been reached, one that has resulted in the return of all the living hostages. This is a testament to the resilience and relentless work of families, allies, advocates who never stop speaking out and standing up. I'm deeply grateful to the Trump administration for reaching a deal to make this day possible for these families. This is a testament to what we can do, what can happen when we put politics aside and care for each other as human beings, when we have empathy for each other. And while we've been overjoyed to see the images of hostages being reunited with their loved ones, it's brought us to tears. Let us not forget those who haven't been so lucky, because Hamas continues to hold the bodies of dead hostages, including Americans Itai Khan and Omer Nutra. I've met their families. I have felt their pain. And we cannot forget them. We cannot forget these families, families who will never get to see their loved ones, families who never got to say goodbye that one last "I love you" before their loved one went off to a music festival to enjoy an evening concert. So we must remain clear-eyed that our work is not over. The agreement is still in its early stages, and now is not the time to sit idly by. And so I hope the Trump administration and my colleagues in Congress on both sides of the aisle continue to provide support and enforce guardrails to see this through. We must remain committed to ensuring the quick return of the deceased hostages, to give their families, well, maybe some sense of closure that they need and that they deserve. We must make sure that Israel's security remains ironclad, that Hamas are terrorists. Let's be clear, they can never again threaten innocent lives, and that no terrorist organization should be using civilians as shields or bargaining chips. We should demand this much. No terrorist organization should never use civilians as shields or bargaining chips, as we have seen. And at the same time, we must also act to ease the immense suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza. They need access to humanitarian aid, to food and to medicine, and the chance to rebuild their communities free from Hamas terrorist control and oppression. But most of all, we must not let this fragile moment pass by without redoubling our commitment to peace. A lasting peace that ensures safety, dignity, and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. So this week, as we mark this moment of long-awaited relief, let us remember our work is not done. For peace is not achieved in a single day. It is built with strength and courage of those who refuse to give up on it. For the hostages who survived and for those who tragically did not, for the families who waited, for the families who advocated for the return of their loved ones, and for the people who continue to pray for a peaceful future. So may this step be the first sign of change as we move towards an end to violence, towards a future where Israeli and Palestinian children alike can grow up knowing not war, but embracing hope, a hope for a peaceful tomorrow. It is my hope as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
everyone, and welcome to the Port of LA's October Media Briefing. I'm Chelsea Boyd from the Port's Communications team. Joining me, as always, is our Executive Director, Jean Soroka. Welcome back, Jean. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Chelsea, and it's great to be back here with all of you as well after a long stretch of business travel. I'm also happy to share the view behind me, a new live look at our main channel from the Los Angeles Maritime Museum. We have a lot to cover this morning, from the latest cargo numbers to the evolving trade landscape and the recent policy shifts that are dominating the supply chain conversation. We'll get into the impacts of these changes as well as what they could mean for the fourth quarter and beyond. Then, we'll continue the conversation with our special guest, Rich DiNucci, current Senior International Trade Advisor at Venable LLP. As a U.S. Customs and Border Protection veteran, Rich will help us delve deeper into the latest policy shifts as well as the ongoing government shutdown. Finally, we'll make sure there's ample time for both of us to address your questions.
Thanks, Jean. That is, in fact, a lot to cover. Let's jump right into those cargo numbers. Where did we land at the end of Q3?
Chelsea, in September, we moved 883,000 20-foot equivalent units, closing out what was the single best quarter ever at the Port of Los Angeles. We moved nearly 2.9 million container units, surpassing last year's third quarter, which held the previous record. Overall, we saw a dip of about 8% year on year, but it was a strong month to end a remarkable quarter. Now let's break down the numbers. Starting on the import side, the Port of Los Angeles handled just over 460,000 container units in September. That's off 8% from our best September ever just last year in 2024. Over on the export movement, we did 114,000 container units, nearly identical to last September's outbound total. The difference between this year and last was just 9 containers. As we've reported for the last few months, imports continued to outweigh American exports by a 4-to-1 ratio. This data reflects the real impact that ongoing trade negotiations are having on our ag sector. Turning next to empties, we moved 308,000 TEUs across our docks in September, about a 10% decrease from last year, yet another signal that imports will be softening. Now, 3 quarters into 2025, the Port of Los Angeles has handled 7.8 million TEUs, a slight elevation over last year. This also compares favorably to our 5-year trend. Amid all the uncertainty and the roller coaster of the last 6 months, what has remained constant? The dedication and efficiency of our incomparable waterfront workforce and logistics partners. Every record set and bar raised is a direct result of their amazing efforts. I'm incredibly proud of the work we do here to keep this economic engine running each and every day.
Appreciate you taking us through that data, Jean. At the top, you mentioned the impacts of what's happening in Washington. Can you put some of that into perspective for us and talk a bit about what you're seeing ahead?
Sure, Chelsea, it's been a whirlwind to say the least, and I'm not sure there are calm winds ahead just yet. Let's start with the government shutdown, now in its 15th day. While we've seen ripple effects across many sectors, those categorized as essential workforce are on the job, and that includes U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents. The CBP offices are open, and our port remains fully operational. We'll talk more about this with our guest in just a few moments. Turning now to the latest development with China. This week alone, we saw wide-reaching new tariffs implemented, from unupholstered furniture to heavy-duty trucks, patented pharmaceuticals, and even kitchen fixtures. Last week also saw hard talk and eventually pulled back a little bit, which continued to add to the uncertainty and confusion in the supply chain arena. The agriculture sector is bearing the brunt of the trade conflict, and although there are discussions about a relief package, that may not be a long-term solution. Also introduced this week, new ship fees and equipment tariffs. On the ship side, it's a very complicated series of formulas that's meant to assess the highest fee possible. For context, here in Los Angeles, just a little more than 20% of the ships that called here in 2024 were built in China or run by companies based there. To current events, this week, we have only one ship that was built in China calling at the Port of Los Angeles. Over on the equipment side, 40 of our 83 shoreside cranes were manufactured in China. Now, that type of equipment will be hit with 100% tariffs effective this week. On the cargo handling side, between the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, there are more than 5,000 pieces of equipment on the ground working today. That will now face 150% new tariffs for any product that will be purchased after this date. These are not transactional buys in our industry, but because of these new taxes on imports, we will see folks that sit at the procurement desk having a very different look at purchasing in the future and probably having a difficult time because there are very few selection opportunities from a slim manufacturing base. So what does all this mean for Q4? Well, as noted, we're past peak season and expect to see cargo volumes soften over the last 3 months of the year. And of course, ongoing turbulent negotiations with our largest trading partner could intensify that decline, but it all remains to be seen. There's been a lot of trade talk over the last few days, but so far, it hasn't translated into set policy just yet. For our part, we'll continue to maintain open lines of communication with our colleagues and partners across the global supply chain. And just as we always have, America's port will remain adaptable and ready for whatever comes our way.
Thank you, Gene. This seems like a perfect time to bring in our guest. Would you please introduce him?
Happy to, Chelsea. As I mentioned, today we're joined by Rich DiNucci, Senior International Trade Advisor for Venable, LLP. Prior to joining Venable, Rich spent 34 years at U.S. Customs and Border Protection in a variety of leadership roles. He was instrumental in developing some of CBP's most important policies and programs. Most recently, Rich served as Director of Field Operations in San Francisco, leading more than 1,700 employees across 6 states and 2 U.S. territories. Rich also served as the area port director, overseeing immigration and cargo operations at both air and seaports in San Francisco, New York, and Newark. He's a recognized expert in trade and customs, and for us here in Los Angeles, Rich was key to launching the first run of our Port Optimizer back in 2016. I'm grateful you could join us today from San Diego, California. Rich, thanks for being here.
Gene, I appreciate the opportunity. Great to see you again and looking forward to the conversation.
Super. Before we get into what's happening today on the trade front, tell us a little bit about your work at Venable and how you're leveraging all that CBP experience over there.
Well, that a lot of what I do, it's interesting now because it moves in various directions. I do a lot of the trade work, folks who have issues, whether it's a compliance issue, whether it's simply a logistics issue, folks looking for advice on how to navigate what's actually taking place nowadays with the tariffs, with its sort of changed enforcement posture by customs. I also do a lot of immigration work. So that was sort of unexpected, but that's come into play a great deal lately. Obviously, the changes in the stance of this administration and its policies has impacted the immigration realm a great deal. That includes everything from students coming in to those individuals that man the vessels that move all those containers in and out of your port. I do a lot of that as well. So it's almost like being a port director to an extent with all the various things that I do, but it's all been good. It's challenging from the outside looking in. It's also quite interesting looking outside looking in, and now I can appreciate a great deal more what you guys in the trade faced as you dealt with the agency. But it's all been fantastic, and the transition's been great. The people at Venable have been fantastic to work with, so it's been a great transition for me.
Well, we're all fortunate to still have you so close to the work that's happening on the ground. So let's talk a little bit about the government shutdown. There's some confusion naturally around what happens or what doesn't during a time like this, particularly when it comes to Customs and Border Protection. So from your vantage point, what's going on right now?
Well, and I'll say my personal experience in 34 years, I think maybe 10 or 12 shutdowns of various lengths that I go through. And as a GS7, and then as a port director, and then as a director of field operations, so at all levels, headquarters and in the field. But what I will say to start that answer to that question is, I still have a great deal of respect for the women and men who work in CBP. That includes Border Patrol, the Office of Field Operations, Air and Marine, the folks in the Office of Information Technology, Finance, all the support positions. They stay focused no matter what. Okay, now some of those folks have been negatively impacted by this. I'm sure that some have been deemed as non-exempt, some are exempt. So there are folks that are working, some folks have been probably sent home for a while. But in terms of the impact, what you see, and you articulated it earlier in your statement, the ports are still operating, and they will continue to operate. Seaports, airports, land borders, they continue to operate. That will not change, and that includes not just field operations, obviously Border Patrol, Air, Marine, all those offices. They have changed, I believe. The agency has looked and changed a little bit, so some of the tech support people are still on the job. That's a bit of a change from past shutdowns, as I understand it. But you really shouldn't see too much of a change at ports of entry. This is what the agency does. We worked under all sorts of conditions, and I will apologize in advance for using the royal we, but 34 years, I think I can safely say I earned that for now. But we work through these things, and that's just one of the many adverse conditions that these folks face, okay? So that work continues. I've no doubt that they continue to stay focused. Containers still move, seizures of contraband are still made, passengers are still moving, landing rights granted at airports, cargo moving in express consignment facilities. Nothing really changes. Now, that said, I would be naive and it would be rather, I guess, inconclusive or some such to say that there is not an impact. There will be an impact because, these people are not being paid. And a lot of folks in the government sector go paycheck to paycheck. So they've got to stay focused at the same time they're facing these challenges. But I think what you see every day is that they are on the job and they're staying focused. And, there are other agencies besides CBP, Food and Drug Administration, Consumer Product Safety Commission that have a nexus. U.S. Department of Agriculture, the APHIS folks, they all have nexus here, and they're under the same sort of situation. Some of them have been non-exempt, and they may not be on the job. Others are. You may see some impact there, slowdowns in terms of response times and things like that from some of those agencies. And then even within Customs, if you go to the headquarters level, it's a little difficult right now to get through to folks because they're dealing only with those circumstances that require immediate attention. So the impact, I would suggest, will be minimal because this agency is a professional agency, works under all sorts of conditions. And frankly, we were trained to this. Okay, post 9/11, that's what the agency did. Any kind of exigent circumstances, we adapted, we adjusted, and we dealt with it. And I think you'll see that still out of the women and men who work in CBP now. And again, I'll just state that I'm very proud to have been associated with that organization for 34 years. And I'm still proud of the work that they do, especially under circumstances like they face now.
Good overview, Rich. And that also raises another important point. You were part of a team that worked on the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism after the tragic events of 9/11. When I was with APL based in Shanghai, we were one of the charter members of CTPAT. So our work goes back more than 25 years together, trying to make it a safer, more secure supply chain, and that continues in the DNA of the agency and the work on the ground here in LA today. We've been so proud of our association with Port Director Africa Bell and her team here at the largest customs district in the United States, whose selfless activities continue to just keep commerce moving, those cruise ships going, and all the work that we need to liaison seamless every day. Thanks for those comments, Rich.
Welcome. And I would add, if I could, and I apologize, that one point you raised, with CTPAT, that agency mission, that focus is always there.
Yeah.
That, you used the term properly, the DNA, that was built in. That does not change. The folks that do that work specifically are there 24 hours a day doing it, again, not being paid. And, that's difficult, but they stay focused. And again, very proud to have been associated with the organization.
And we are here too as well. Shifting gears just a little bit, all year long, global trade has been in the news, the headlines, it's the talk in our industry and adjacencies. Now in your role at Venable, what are you hearing from clients about trade policy impacts, and what advice are you guys sharing with those good companies?
Well, to say the least, as I indicated in my opening comments, it's interesting seeing it now from the private sector side, right? On the government end, you always knew, okay, that the policy changes administration to administration, and we adjusted. Again, another hallmark of the agency. Now being on the outside, I appreciate a great deal more the fact that the trade community specifically really looks for consistency and certainty. And, the operating assumptions that this administration makes have kind of changed that mathematics for the trade community, right? Changes get made. They're not really focused on the bureaucracy. This is an administration that prefers to operate very quickly, in a manner that they regard as efficient. So that creates sort of gaps in terms of the way things used to work and the advance notice that the trade gets in certain arenas. And so you're seeing a lot there where they're, I won't say caught by surprise, but I think to an extent that they have to adapt very quickly. And that doesn't always work so easily when you've spent 20, 30 years, building supply chains, building logistics, operations, and building, frankly, relationships with your suppliers. And all of a sudden now you're faced with, okay, how do we adjust? How do we adjust to the impacts on our bottom lines? And that's very, very difficult to do. So a lot of what we do right now is deal with importers that are looking for, how do they rearrange their transaction structures in such a way that they reduce the tariff exposures. And they'll talk about any number of different methodologies to do that. Some have even gone as far as saying, we'll take a loss just to stay in business because we have to deal with this. And they're not looking to really lose their market share, so they're willing to take a loss. Others are looking at how do you structure the transactions? Is DDP a better way to do things than other methodologies? So there's a lot of different things going on. They'll look at country of origin too, because the tariffs tend to shift very, very quickly given the way the administration operates in a less bureaucratic fashion than I think we've seen in the past. So they're always looking at how do we do that, and that involves a lot of different issues, and including things that impact substantial transformation. You can move the logistics from one country to the next. It doesn't change the origin of your product. So, the operators struggle a lot with that as well. And now throw on top of that, we have the vessel tax. And that was implemented yesterday. It was effective. So they're struggling with that and how those costs get passed on, or as I indicated, for some operators, how they don't get passed on. Can the importer, the shipper, absorb the cost and try to figure out a way to do that? And now we're looking at potential, duties on taxes, and as you indicated, the ship-to-shore cranes, the gantries, et cetera, et cetera. So it's becoming much more complex across the board. The trade community is looking at a lot of different ways to deal with that, but for every reaction, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when they look to change transaction structures, Customs is also scrutinizing that because they're looking at how do we react to that? What's the risk to the revenue? Are these transactional rearrangements compliant? And so you're having a lot of different activities take place in that environment. And there's a lot going on in terms of trying to deal with the tariffs and their impact across the board now.
Consultation, origin rules, shifting supply chains, and folks that are looking to make sure that they can keep people employed and the economy moving. All this said underscores what many ask us. What do you think the lasting effects are going to be of these sweeping policy changes that maybe the story hasn't been written in completion yet? What do you see next? What's the future of this supply chain going to look like?
I think what you will see is that, and this had been talked about for years, I think, as well, and the ability to sort of adapt and change quickly, to be flexible. And I think increasingly that's the case. You have to be able to do that. You have to have multiple points of origin for all intents and purposes so that if there are changes made, you can adapt to them quickly. And what I've found interesting about the environment now is a lot of people are looking at and go, oh, this is unprecedented. And that's really not the case. When I started with Customs 34 years ago, revenue was the thing, right? We were a revenue generating agency, and that's what we did. And we evolved, obviously, past 9/11 in terms of what occurred. And even prior to 9/11, we had free trade agreements. So we moved from revenue to what you might regard as reciprocity. There was a lot of the free trade agreements built in, and the trade adapted to that. They started to build new supply chains in Mexico, in Canada, to take advantage of those opportunities. Now we're seeing a little bit of the restriction end of this involved as well, right? With the way the tariffs have laid out. And none of this is new, frankly. There's a fantastic book. The gentleman's name is Douglas Irwin. It's called Clashing Over Commerce. And he identifies that trend. There's these trends. We go from reciprocity, revenue to reciprocity, restriction, back and forth, revenue, restriction, reciprocity. And I think what we're seeing with the current environment is a mix of all three. The tariffs are put out there, it's going to be 100%, 75%, whatever the total may be, and that's the bargaining chip. And they're the trade sort of caught in the middle, and they've got to adapt. And the real challenge is finding that spot where you can, and there's very little middle ground, frankly. But a lot of what you have to do now is become much more flexible, much more willing to move quickly to take advantage of a reduction where in fact you may find it. And that's not easy. I've heard some flip comments out of it. I was at a conference a while back, and the topic was forced labor, which we're not hearing a lot about now. We're hearing tariff, we're not hearing a lot about forced labor, which shows that customs is shifting as well. But when and I will not, the customs panelist was asked, well, how do we adapt to this? And his response was, well, change your supply chain. That's not something that can be done in a heartbeat. And I was sitting there listening to that, and to an extent I was taken aback by the comment, because these supply chains have been built 20, 25 years in time. So how do you do that? But now where we are, I'm thinking there really isn't a lot of choice if you really want to survive. You have to improvise, you have to adapt, and you have to overcome. A couple of elements to that would be, I think you really have to engage carefully. You have to find the kind of folks who can give you the right advice. A licensed customs broker, for starters, because as I indicated, when you're looking at the sorts of tariff situations or restructuring transactions, you have to do it right, because the customs scrutiny in this regard is increasing daily. We've got a lot of clients that are looking at audits, because customs is now looking deeply in terms of how revenue is being protected. So they're looking there. You've got to really take a good hard look at that. There are entities out there that offer the legal advice, and there's no pitch for the firm. You just need to find, as an operator, that kind of advice to make sure that the adjustments you're making are going to be compliant. Because what you're seeing now, I think, with customs is they are coming out on the revenue issues. They are looking to enforce. And a lot of the informed compliance that I think was in the past is in the past now. You're seeing a lot more compliance efforts. I think you'll see a great deal more of that as companies try to adjust. And so the future, I think, demands, one is knowledge. to find the right people that can give you that knowledge. If you do not have it, do not make assumptions about what customs may or may not do. Find out, establish those relationships, not just with the experts like brokers and consultants and you know, ports, establish the relationships, but get the right people in customs to talk to. It's getting a little more difficult, but you need to do that as well, locally and nationally. And if you're not involved in associations, you should get involved in associations, because your knowledge is what's going to get you through this. And again, I think, you know, there'll be a time when this too shall pass, I guess, is the way to put it. And I'm not trying to be flip, but you know, as I said, the trends of revenue, restriction, reciprocity, it will come and it will go. You have to be flexible, but you've got to get the right advice, because if you put the wrong foot forward, customs is going to be on it, and they have been on it. We're working with a lot of clients that are having challenges with customs in that regard. So long way of answering it, but I think the complexity of it really demands a hands-on approach to this business now. You can't make assumptions. You just cannot make assumptions anymore.
And this is exactly what people want to hear. What a great conversation. You help put a lot of what we're seeing into understandable perspective too, Rich. And from our vantage point, it really has been all of these supply chain stakeholders leaning on each other, sharing that information back and forth. Hey, we're all in this together, and it's just about making sure that we're updating folks with what we learned, our interpretations, and making sure we got that good discerning ear always.
And I think that that's the critical component, that last word, always. You cannot let your guard down for all intents and purposes. You have to stay focused. It reminds me of what I did when I was with Customs. You had to stay focused, okay? What's the trend? Whether the trend was in the national security realm, whether it was the contraband smuggling realm, the trade realm, to ensure that we were facilitating properly, you always had to stay focused. And, you know, in a way, it's unfortunate, because people want to do business. They create jobs with their businesses. And should they really be I'm trying to be politically correct. They told me watch myself. But you're, in a sense, you're hostage to the situation. So you always have to stay focused. And, you know, and again, I'll go back to the first comment about customs. These guys are focused. They know their job. And when they see the changes, they're looking. So you have to make sure when you adjust, you've done it in a compliant fashion. And that means you better establish the relationships, get the expertise.
So well put. And that's been the singular voice of the communities that we work around here at the port. Tell us the rules. We'll adjust and adapt. Got to go forward. With that, Chelsea, back over to you. I know we've got some questions lined up from the media. Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Gene. We'll begin with some of the questions that were submitted in advance. If you are using the Q&A box today, this is just a friendly reminder to include your name and your affiliation, the outlet that you represent. We'll start with a question here. This is for Rich. Rich, this question is from Stas Margaronis at American Journal of Transportation. Stas says, last year, the DEA warned that China-based fentanyl components are flooding Mexican ports for manufacture and shipment to the U.S. Now, in 2025, tariff avoidance and new USTR fees on Chinese vessels are accelerating ocean carrier container moves through Mexican ports that are ultimately trucked into the United States. From your experience, do you think U.S. Customs has sufficient assets in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California to defend against such a surge in potentially illegal truck and rail imports?
Well, first of all, Stas, good to hear from you again. Yes, I think the short answer there is yes. You know, I see, I subscribe to some of the customs newsletters. You still see the seizure data. Those seizures still continue. All the assets that customs has been deploying for the last 25 to 30 years in the non-intrusive inspection arena, truck x-rays, personal vehicle x-ray equipment has all been exponentially increased in terms of its efficiency and its accuracy. That's all deployed. The officer expertise is there. That targeting is done on a regular basis. In terms of the personnel, again, they're out there focused on this. I see it down here in San Diego. I live not too far from the Otay Mesa port of entry. And I have a lot of good relationships down there. And, it's a daily work that seizures are occurring in that AOR. Texas is as well. But the assets are there, and my old office, cargo conveyance security, we had deployed a lot of the newer equipment, and that has been improved over time as well. And disposition of the equipment changes. You always have to keep the smuggler off guard because the smuggler's keeping you off guard. They improvise and they adapt. But in terms of the assets available, yes, they're there. They're improving all the time. And probably the most critical asset is the officer expertise, and that gets better on a daily basis. So, Stas, short answer to your question is yes. Customs is aware of the trend. They know, that vessels were probably going to move to Mexico, and unlaid there as well as in Canada. So that trend would have been obvious, and customs will be focused on it. And the assets are there to interdict as always.
Thanks, Rich. Our next question is for Jean. Jean, this comes from Sue Yoon at ABC News. Sue asks, are foreign vessels transporting cars from Mexico and Canada and that are USMCA compliant also subject to port fees?
Good to hear from you again, Sue. They will. But here in the Southern California market, which I believe is the largest car dealership expanse in the nation, most of the new build vehicles coming from Mexico and Canada go by rail to truck and car carrier in over the road. So we're not seeing that impact here today. Roll-on, roll-off fees and car carrier fees on ships coming from Asia are set to be assessed in December. And while we do see some of that business, whether it's Mazda, Nissan, Toyota over in Long Beach, we'll see how the next days and weeks roll out on that particular program. But as of right now, mostly over the road, rail and car carrier coming in here to the big market. Thanks, Sue.
Jean Sue had a follow-up question. She asked, how many U.S.-built ships could we realistically expect to see next year?
Good question, Sue. I think because of the nascent stages we're in, the number of ships to be built in the U.S. next year is probably going to be very low, if not any. Most of our shipbuilding capability here in the States is for the United States military. And I do understand that there is an appreciable backlog of orders and build-outs to be done. Just as context, from my time living in Asia and from what I keep up with now, I was just in Korea and Japan on successive trips recently. From the time an order goes into a shipyard on a new built vessel, it's about 3 years to delivery and then christening and putting into a waterborne deployment. So it takes some time, even with those who have been revving at pretty high speeds over the past decades. Renewing our shipbuilding industry here on the commercial side, I believe, is a decades-long approach. There needs to be a sector-specific review, not just of that shipyard itself, but of the supply chain and the ecosystem that will be around it. There has to be a talent assessment. With the U.S. still seeing relatively low unemployment numbers, we've got to be able to attract, recruit, retain, and skill a workforce to enter into this industry once again. And then there's got to be a geographic look on how best to go to market based on those first two variables in the equation. So it's going to be a long road ahead, very interesting topic for discussion to see how we can yet develop another economic value driver here in the United States. Thanks as always, Sue.
Thanks, Jean. This next question is for Rich. It comes from Bill Mongaluzzo at Journal of Commerce. Rich, Bill asks, how do you advise ports and port stakeholders to deal with federal agencies such as the FMC and CBP during the government shutdown? Do you think it's likely that the administration will deploy CBP agents to non-customs related tasks away from ports of entry?
Well, first question, how do you deal with them? I would say carefully, in one word. As noted, these folks are not being paid. And they are focused on their mission critical functions. And when it gets down to shutdown time, what happens there for these agencies, especially with CBP, is its mission critical is first and foremost, right? So, that's keeping the ports open, moving cargo, moving people, interdicting narcotics, maintaining national security. So if you have questions, if you've got issues that you want to address with an agency, whether it's CBP, FMC, or others, my suggestion would be make sure it's something that's critical at that point in time, okay? Not just sort of a general policy question, but you want to reach out to them with critical questions, operational questions. I mean, CBP's made it pretty clear that if it's a cargo release type question and you're struggling with finding your cargo, things like that, those questions go to the port, they'll get an answer. So I would just suggest that when you do reach out, make sure there's a critical reason for doing it. You'll get a response in that regard, right? But they're focused on mission critical right now, and routine sort of questions, they're just not going to have the time because they're trying to manage a lot of what they have to manage now with personnel, and with the shutdown being what it is. There's a lot of bureaucratic exercises that go on during a shutdown, so they'll focus on what's most critical from an operational perspective. So when you talk to them and have questions, I suggest you make sure it's operationally critical that you get an answer from them and make that point to them clearly. And this goes back again to something that we mentioned earlier. It's having those relationships, and that's a large part of how you navigate shutdowns and uncertain times with tariffs in the trade environment, is that relationship and ability to pick the phone up and make a call. But I strongly suggest that if you have to contact them, make sure it's a critical type of a question. Now, in terms of deploying assets away, I think one thing I have to do is sort of give you the context, and I'll do that from the CBP perspective because obviously that's my background. There are 3 operational offices in U.S. Customs and Border Protection. There's the Office of Field Operations, there's the Office of Border Patrol, and there's Air and Marine. So I think, Bill, part of your question is the sort of interior immigration enforcement that's currently being done. And again, administration policy, and they've been consistent with that. That mission is primarily being carried out by the Office of Border Patrol. Now, Border Patrol operates between the ports of entry. For instance, there's about, I'd say, 45 miles between Otay Mesa and Tecate. That area, just actually outside my house here, is Border Patrol. They work that area, they work the wall, they work the fence down there to interdict undocumented aliens, but also narcotic shipments. At the port of entry in Otay and Tecate, that's the Office of Field Operations. So when you're seeing some of the stuff you're seeing in the major cities, that's the Border Patrol, and those assets are their tactical teams called BORTAC. So that's only a small group that's been trained to deal in these environments, okay? Now, when Field Ops gets involved, and that's the blue shirts you see at the airports and the seaports, we have what we have. Again, I will slip every once in a while after 34 years. CBP has what they call Special Response Teams in the Office of Field Operations, the SRTs. They will deploy to, for instance, Portland. When I was the DFO in San Francisco, I had 8 of my SRT team deployed to Portland to deal with the disturbances there that were directed at federal facilities. They provided security for the federal facilities. They'll deploy. Those teams are trained to do that. They're not down at the port of entry clearing cargo or moving passengers. So cargo and passenger operations are not negatively impacted by these moves. And when we had the border surges back, 2020, 2021, teams would be deployed there. My group in San Francisco, we actually took 51 officers from the field office and redeployed them down here to San Ysidro to help out. But that is a different type situation. The border right now, the number of illegal crossings now is negligible. So bodies are not being redeployed. Officers are not being deployed to help with that. They're being deployed to help with the normal processing of cargo and passengers. But when you see the deployments into the cities, those are specialized teams that handle that. Those are not the regular personnel that are clearing cargo and people.
Thanks, Rich. Jean, this next question is for you. This comes from Laura Curtis from Bloomberg. Laura asks, is there any update on the federal funding that had been awarded to the port last year? Do you still expect to receive it?
Thanks for joining, Laura, as always. Two big segments here. One, the Environmental Protection Agency Clean Ports Grant. That's still moving forward. We've done a lot of work here at home on subrecipient agreements with our terminal operating partners, and it was a big grant, $412 million from the EPA. Matching funds, our own direct investment, as well as those from the terminals, pushes us well over the $620 million mark. Very, very important to hit milestone goals in 2030 of port operating equipment being in the zero emission variety. The second is on the hydrogen hub. And it was a couple of years ago that the federal government announced 7 hydrogen hubs across the country. Unfortunately, that particular money was pulled from the state of California just last week. That was about a $1.3 billion grant that would enable us to really get started on the manufacture, transport, storage, and offtake of hydrogen. And whether it be the testing we've done here at the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles on heavy-duty Class 8 trucks, retrofitting cargo handling equipment, and even seeing new entrants and machines coming in that are hydrogen powered, that's a pretty big number to go without. But our resolve is still extremely strong, and we'll forge ahead now. There may be other opportunities, but that's the basic landscape as it sits today. Thanks, Laura.
Thanks, Jean. Laura had another question here for you. She says, there was some reporting about packages being destroyed because Customs wasn't able to process them. But was that more related to the end of the de minimis with small packages as opposed to containerized goods? Or is there a backup of imports building in San Pedro Bay as well?
Yeah, good question, too. I've seen some of those reports, Laura, and I've seen some personal interviews published by the media in various spaces where folks are getting packages delivered to their homes or businesses, and they see the additional tax that the service provider is sharing with them and must pay for before accepting those goods. In some cases, the product is being turned away. Either they didn't anticipate that tax, it was higher than they thought, or it just simply was insurmountable for the price of the goods that were paid. I've shared before that I've visited with small businesses across Los Angeles who rely on this de minimis concept, or at least buying in smaller inventory lots from overseas producers to fill their shelves and build inventory for their customers. Think of small shops on your corner of your street, the folks that are selling at boutiques and specialty care stores. These are all impacted, and a lot of people counted on this particular part of the supply chain to develop their inventories and wares for selling. So I don't know if it was specifically Customs that wasn't able to process. I don't think we have a very clear and understandable perspective, but on the subject of containerized goods, of which we saw an appreciable number of de minimis packages consolidated into containers for distribution here in Los Angeles and beyond, there are no backups here at the Port of Los Angeles. As of this morning, looking at the Port Optimizer, our dwell times for rail are under 3 days. Dwell times for truck-related cargo are about 3. On the export side, the majority of containers at the port right now are fresh containers, 0 to 4 days, meaning that earliest return date that our friend Peter Friedman of AgTC has been campaigning for so long is really starting to take shape. So I like the velocity of the cargo that's flowing through the port. On average, our container ships exchange about 12,000 TEUs for each individual port call. That's the best in the business. And those ships are averaging about a 4-day stay here in Los Angeles. Also, pre-pandemic bests that we've seen from those velocity statistics. So there'll be more to come on this particular issue. But my belief right now, from talking to folks and reading up on this through my own research, is it may just be those parcel-sized goods that are getting that extra wallop on the import taxes that folks are saying, no, not for me. Thanks, Laura.
All right, I'm heading to the chat box here. And Rich, we have a question here from Adolfo Guzman Lopez from the LAist. If you could kind of just reiterate, I know you spoke a bit about this earlier, but the effect of the government shutdown on on CBP employees and how that furloughing kind of works. If you could just kind of go back through that again. I think Adolfo had some confusion around what happens there. If there are layoffs, if there are furloughs, how does that work?
Well, it's a great question, and I can understand why it's confusing to folks who are on the outside of the government. Traditionally, what occurred in the old days, they used to say, well, certain employees are essential, certain employees are non-essential. Okay? And that sort of took on a pejorative aspect, if you will, a connotation when you said someone's is non-essential. Now they're referred to as exempt and
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the cloture motion on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the cloture vote on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Coons. Thank you. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Thank you. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Thank you. Mr. Markey. Thank you. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Thank you. Mr. Schmidt. Hassan. Thank you. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Thank you. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Johnson, Kennedy, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Welch? No. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Paul? No. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Heasted? Aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Schumer? No. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Lang.